debuting a new minute in front of the internet every week. Been doing, Hans?
I've been good. I've been hitting the mic. I've hit 20 mics this week.
Oh, wow.
It's like the Teen Del Rey of Asians, bro.
Yeah. You remind me of their girl skateboard of Asians, actually. Like the very girl skate. What's more people nobody knows? So to really bring this crowd into it right next to your friends at home. Yeah, of course. No, our LA comic friends. Everybody knows Del Rey, girl skateboard. On. Set 3.5 inches. 3.5. 4.5. 11.5. Asian class. Yeah. Asian, that's fucking big. So we found out a lot about something like that. Or go like Galen Mendoza and just go eat a world scream and fucking it up.
I'm like Daniel. Yes. I mean, I used to date a white girl for 6 months. White girls plentiful around America.
Thank you. I have no idea. I just got here super recently. I'm very excited to find out that white girls are plentiful here. Happenstance with that. That's very interesting. I love it. Guys, this is your first time seeing it.
There's an Asian with you on stage. I'm scared.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. This is one of the good ones, Paul.
You gotta be nice to these fuckers, dude. Seriously.
This is one of the good ones. You know that it's a rowdy race, but it's one of the good ones. Whoa, wait a second. I love it. Hans famous saying that nationally take off still toning back my cancellation to cancellation super canceled. All my buddies are like, it'll blow over, dude. Just take a few months off. About 2 weeks. I'm gonna have fun. They're like, what? And I hung up the phone.
Wasn't like the national anthem of like North Korea?
No, I had. We got through it. It took a while, but we got through it. So, Hans, what do you think it's going to take for this American white girl comedian?
Probably testosterone.
You think if we brought her on stage right now, did she give you a big kiss? Oh, another one? Yeah. It's not, man. Anybody, we have a great fan base here. We're about to have some fun. Someone coming down? Is someone coming down? Oh, D Madness is going to do it. Crazy. D Madness doesn't give a. Oh, here comes one. Look at it! Get it! Oh, shit! What happened here? She looks like she just walked out of bangers like that. Oh. Podcast, you're fucking up. I say goodbye. Hans went in the room and took it right to the zone. Hans, kid, you are.
I have more to offer.
Your South Korean parents would be thinking what you were doing here in Wild, Texas. Parents, they'd be so proud. South Korean parents would be very dishonored about you just making out with random white chicks with extreme legs. I mean, guys, looks like she already has a couple fortune cookies in her bra waiting for her. God.
That was awesome.
Hell yeah. Cold sore. There's going to be a big something popping up.
You know what's cool? What's her name? The girl that you talked about before.
Wow.
She's going to see that and you're going to get some pussy because of that, dude. Yo, that chick that was on stage was hot as fuck, bro.
I don't know about that. Is there any chance Isabella's here? Isabella, if you're here, does it really happen?
To the stage, Isabella. Come to the stage.
Hold on, buddy. Holy shit. Yeah. Holy, what a magical episode of Cult Tony. First of all, last week she's been on the show numerous times, famously from England. Will remind us all, Isabella, are you currently single? I can't tell whether you have gone on or if you're really disappointed that Hans didn't smirk before you came up there.
Kiss him, kiss him, kiss him. Right, guys? Kiss him. Kiss him, kiss him.
Isabella, what's your situation? Do you ever work? Have you ever kissed a neighbor? Yes, you fucking Brit. You're in America right now. You're going to answer our question. You have kissed an Asian guy, right? Wait, we talked to you last week. Didn't you say you dated an Asian guy? Oh, okay. So what do you think? Hans is a good-looking guy.
I'm genuine in him as a person, and he knows that.
Why are you disgusted? By the way, take it from me. Say that any type of Asian person anymore. I know this for a fact. My grandmother called me and fucked up. So, what are you disgusted in, Isabella? I understand what's going on right now.
I think that girl that was here should come on stage and kiss fucking her, bro.
ones that's been zombie all night. Isabella, I need a fucking good-looking chick coming up here and taking your dinner right from you. Isabella, what do you think about this?
So upset. Oh no.
Gosh.
Put him in your pocket. Run.
You're so badly. I don't know. I'll bet. Oh, you can open up a call that you can do the Death Squad show.
Stop moving.
Oh, she has COVID, everybody. There you go. I love it. What are you two are like? Come back over to Hans. Just stand on the other side. You can't catch whatever she has just by standing close. Nothing. Hans is like, don't let him talk to you like that. They are just making out. So, by the way, right now, Hans is
Thank God.
oh my God, he went for fucking hot. Yes, out. All right, time to fuck. There it goes. Everybody. Isabella, take one of those just for interrupted. Isabella Charlton, go ahead, do it. 60 seconds from Isabella. We're going into overtime here.
Yeah, my dad. Yeah, I know. I was white. I was a whole lot of people. But yeah, it's super tough when brown and you're white, like, especially when you're a kid. Like, there's such a double storm with brown and you're white. People might think she's a nanny. It's terrible. People kept coming up and asking me if I was okay. I'd say no. My dad's an immigrant from India to the UK, and his big thing is to be gay. Yeah, and my brother hated scary movies, roller coasters, the color blue. Football. So he thought my brother was gay, and I wanted my dad to love scary movies, roller coasters, the color blue. And my dad was like,
Oh yeah, Isabella Charlton. You were on last week. Hard to do a set, not expecting it like that out of nowhere. But that's fun. That joke, I shortened it up a little bit. You need to tighten it up. You don't think you need all those descriptors and just fucking pop it. That is funny. You try to impress your dad and you think of your day instead of these that you have. What's your writing process like?
walking.
What's your fucking problem with Hunt? You were off the hook. I mean, by the way, that girl's already pregnant with his baby. I've never seen anyone get pregnant from a French kiss before, but that was fucking.
Well, I don't want to say. I didn't know he was legal, so.
Okay, what was he legal about?
Well, we hung out at the strip club once, and I thought it was not okay.
Well, I mean, you're being a general.
It's no touching. Let's agree to it. It's no touching.
They have to say no touch. Who says, it depends on the type of touch. The yellow rose or the red? Red is different. Red Strip Club?
That was one of those.
It was the
One of those.
he was one of them. Kaylee actually was in there. Where's
Was
Kaylee?
it?
Kaylee, are you Kaylee, are you close? Kaylee, come up here real quick. Here comes Kaylee from the red rose, yellow rose, all the roses. Let's talk with her for just a second. Kaylee, sit on Josh's lap and talk us for a second. Sit on Josh's lap. Oh, shit. This is the second girl that got pregnant during tonight's show. Kaylee is currently the baby's come out wearing his glasses. It's going to be adorable. Kaylee, grab Josh's mic for a second here. Whoa, she's saying that Isabella here is a British girl who's way too proper for this great speaking. Oh, okay, well, boy, all right, sorry, we were...
It's like, you pay a little bit more money, you get a little more, right? But you have to agree to it. Not always. How many fingers are in on my whole time we stand, yes.
Wow, look at that. And one time... Okay. There you go. Kaylee, is anything... what were you like back? Something,
Okay, look, I've literally, like, he touched my butthole, I grabbed his hand. I was like, yo, bro, I'm gonna split some so like, gentlemen.
he licked the finger that he put in your
I
butt?
don't like the finger.
That makes sense.
Lucky.
All right, Isabella, so much fun. Thank you for the Kaylee. Feel free to. Oh, there you go. Okay, there goes Kaylee from the yellow rose, red rose. What do you guys think? One more bucket full? It's been a 2-hour-long show. You guys really want to do one more? All right, quick. We'll close this thing out. So Jackson, Fagundes, everybody. Jackson, here we go. Are you guys still having fun out there? Is this a show? How we doing? Here he is. One more time for Jackson, everybody.
I gotta say, some of y'all are fucking nuts, dude. With your general admission, it's like, what's so funny? Why are you I mean, it's a joke. I love how Joe Biden needs to rise in gas prices, but can't get up. Like, if you had a couple, wouldn't you? We could probably fix this situation. I gotta say, my parents, they got divorced. You know, it was kind of, and they got back together, thank God. But they got back to sex again. And then okay.
And possibly Von here. Came up with an Jackson came up here with an entire notebook full of shit. Didn't look at it. Just started eating it. That's totally good. It's like a hot dog competition for 4th of July. Absolutely wild. You were tangled up in the mic stand. You were pumping the mic stand like an oil worker.
Okay.
Do you carry your belt at all times?
Like this nurse, and like when I'm working, just in case.
What real white trash? Where are you from?
Oh my God, man, I'm from South Georgia.
Okay.
That's white trash.
Yeah, all right. What do you do for work?
I just got hired today as a tech sales agent.
Oh, what are you gonna do?
So I like to sell third-party vendors. So basically, I work for other companies. They call us. like a sales season or
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Yeah.
Boring as fuck. What's the most interesting thing about you? How can you turn this interview around quickly? Let me ask it again. So, the most interesting thing about you. You have your entire life to reference right now.
I got a midget cousin. That's pretty cool.
I mean, the manager of the Red Rose Yellow Rose show last week featured heavily. I mean, basically, I have a yeah. What else about you? Are you good at anything?
I'm pretty good at like walking.
Action. That's his side. Are you guys ready to end this show with a bang? All right. Longest standing regular in the history of Kiltony. This is the Big Red Machine. Woo! Come on, people. Time for your final comedian of William Montgomery.
Many people don't know this about me, but I've been floating down in Tamaulipas ago. Unfortunately, they don't know where I brought my translator. Give it up for my translator, y'all. We didn't agree to say that. What? What deal with Senator Ishmael Garcia eat some tacos? It's like, come on, Ishmael.
¿Qué pedo con el senador Ismael García Cabeza de Vaca? Ese güey sabe comer tacos, que no. ¿Qué onda, Ismael? ¿De dónde eres? ¿De Tamaulipas o de Brownsville?
Like Velcro condoms because they're easier to put on and they're thick.
Para poner, y están más gruesos.
I don't know if y'all have been to the Regional Museum of History of Tamaulipas in Victoria recently. But who's running those exhibits now? Pee-wee Herman?
No sé si han ido a mencionar la historia de Tamaulipas en Victoria recientemente, pero ¿quién se está encargando de eso?
Oh my God. That was the coolest Narcos I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh my God. I didn't realize your material translated so well. It's been.
Neither did I. Yeah, we were actually talking about this last night.
I looked like if there was a crossover episode between Dallas and Duck Dynasty or something. Who shot BB and J? Right here.
I'm going to stop by. This one's also a little too small.
No, it's good. You sure will. Come on. Come on. Not with a girl with extra hard nipples, huh? No, I'm kidding, William. That's not what this show is. Yeah, that's kidding. I'm just joking. William, how's it going? Your looks fucking fantastic. You got a new, it's been a few months now you've lived in Texas. You got a new hat.
I do. First I've worked out for 5 years.
Wow.
He moved in my arm.
That's about the hat. You talked about going to the gym today.
Killing me. I was on the stairmaster for 15 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, your arm must be exhausted from the Stairmaster. Absolutely. love it. How long were you on the stage?
15 minutes.
And then what you did?
So, confirmed 20-pound weight. I was sort of just lifted. And some fucking old piece of shit came up to me. He was like, yeah, I think there's like a 40 pound one over there. And I was like, okay. I don't know why he said that.
Do you think he was telling you to like lift more weights?
Correct.
Oh,
Shit. Total piece of shit.
wow. He came up to you at the gym. Said that?
I did. I was on the little next to me.
And this was your first time at the gym in 5 years? It really doesn't look like it.
I can. Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah, it looks like you did squats with your belly.
You're gonna get what the fuck did you just say? I don't even get that.
Yeah.
I don't even understand.
I don't think anybody knows. What did you say? Alright. There you go. That's good podcasting right there.
Yeah,
The Duke Brothers. Duke Brothers?
Bob.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's before my time. There's a 10-year age gap between these guys. Okay. So you're dressed like that? You think it's going to be you get a lot of mosquito bites? You're very itchy.
My arms are really killing me. I'm not kidding. They're killing me.
Really?
I took an earlier and I couldn't move my arms and it scared me. It was bad. I mean, I was legitimately afraid. Yeah, I thought I was dying.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what A&E show you remind me of, but Crazy in Life?
My old friend Alex right on the street was to Denver.
How long have you been on the show, William? Something like that. Really, William has been writing a brand new minute in front of the entire people for 2.5 years. Every single week. What do you think about that? You know, you've been Paulie was. You understand this? Just the singers were fucking Sam Pryor, yeah,
the Letterman.
yeah. They all took care of a little baby boy named Paulie. All these Me Too's, all the statues of limitations are up on him. So,
No, I love this dude. I saw him at this store years ago. It's fucking funny, dude. It's very funny, and congrats on writing all the time. It's great. And you got to do what David's doing, which is headline Pittsburgh, too. Shit, that's what he's got to say, too.
yeah, I think it's just a very matter of time before Williams.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see.
William, how long have you been?
60 maybe.
60 days, ladies and gentlemen. You're witnessing greatness. Today for the first time in 5 years, everybody. This is a man who's been killing. Now I'm opening before opening for Joe Rogan. This guy. One more time for your final comedian. The night, the great William Montgomery, everybody. Guys, we did it! That's an episode of Kill Tony. How about a big hand for the great Paul? So, make some noise for the great Josh Martin. How about a big hand for the screwball? The great Matt Bueling and Deep Madness on bass guitar. You can see Paulie Short tomorrow in San Antonio, the Milk and Gas Company. Finish it up. If there's any seats available for that, you guys should be here on Wednesday. Josh Martin, also one of the absolute funniest fucking comedians check out Rothschild. Assassin. This guy was built in the late nights at the comedy store, a real comedy store comedian. So see him and Pauly on check out his movie Guest House. Listen to his podcast Random Rants and find Pauly Short and the Crusties. Listen to his band. The great Ryan J. emails through today. Unbelievable fucking picture from LA. Let's check that out real quick. Zoom in on yourselves on that. All those prints are Tony Bingo cards. Sale. And look, check out what Chris Rogers drew during the show. A live local artist named Chris Rogers. You can find him at Chris. What the fuck is that? Texas Chainsaw Massacre. All right. I saw the clothes. Did you guys have fun tonight? Right, guys? Thanks a lot, guys. We're gonna have fun after this. there's people listening to a podcast right now. You have to make more noise than that. We're here. Look, yeah, fans here. Feels good out here tonight. Doesn't the weekend in my former home of Los Angeles, California. Living there, and guys, I gotta tell you, it's so good to be home in Austin. You played the Amazing Four, man. That was great. Comedy store performed there for the first time in forever. I'm telling you, man, there's just something I couldn't wait to get back home, dude. California people shave. It was a women shave in California. It was wild. Good to get back to the band, everybody. This is it. Strudel, peanut butter with Hill Tony band. That's Matt Mueller on Gonzalez on the drums. And how about a hand for and leave that. I mean, it's unbelievable. Our friends from Shakespeare, camera, giving us barbecue, feeding us delicious Sam Smokehouse and boldest in the world. The 503 episodes. Can you believe that, Brian? Wild. Experience is a real thing that's out there. You visit get that. It's on their tabletops. So, flying around. Yes, you get a gin shot. That is William Montgomery shot. And also, know this, but here's a little bit of more about the amazing sponsor here right now. Hey, y'all, here we are again. And I gotta tell you, you have squeaky doors, clogged sinks, or finicky engines, things ever in the house, you take care of it. However, when something's off in the bedroom, you just try to not think about it. Come on, man. What are you waiting for? Take care of it already. Go to Get Real.
All from the comfort and privacy of your home. A care professional will work with you to find the treatment plans and if medication is appropriate. It ships to you with free simulation. The whole process for and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony. Take care of your ED without your home.
Take care of your erectile dysfunction without leaving your home. Healthcare professional. Take care of it. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony now and you'll get 15. And remember, get started today and you'll save of ED treatment. Yeah, let's go from Kill Tony to Kill Tony. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, both been on this show before. Both made regulars of the Comedy Store. Two of my favorite comedians in the world. Yeah! Kyle Dunnigan, Kurt Nixon. They're here. We're doing this. You guys have been there before. Kyle Dunnigan, who you don't know, has literally the funniest videos on Instagram where makes these fights like Kardashians or Craigslist.com/Kyle Dunnigan. That's it. I'm going to take off now. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. And he also has a tour coming up. Kyle Dunnigan.com. Great for next Oscar this year, ladies and gentlemen. Writer. Absolutely hilarious. It was one of like 3 laugh on this video. So, Shane Gillis and Tim Dillon. I keep a short list. I've been on the show before. You know how we're all signed up. We get the chance to be on this show. You know there's 60 seconds. That means wrap it up then, or we're trying to bring out here. You guys show or what? All right. We have a regular on this show. Oh, the single episode. We have a great local artist for the show. Your first comedian tonight is a regular. So instead of pulling a stranger out of the butt to go, he absolutely destroys. We fucking love him. This is Hans Kim, everyone. With a brand new minute.
I used to have sex. Hey, that's just like me having sex. I used to have sex with this girl who was really into yoga and choke sex. I was like, do you enjoy breathing or not? You're very mindful, maybe. I don't understand sober people. You're just gonna lie to make you happy. Jesus Christ, take some control back in your life. Just be the mood of the economy. But I was talking to this drug addict, and he was like, dude, take sing song. Talk about it too much party.
That's another new minute by Hans Kim. Starting the show. Still got it, my friend. Afterwards, you son of a bitch. There you go. Said that. How's life going, Hans? What you think? Things,
I have girls giving me, still getting used to that. That date that I met off Kill Tony.
Violent Kurt might not know this, so make his life as amazing and as humanly possible. Look at that. See that? This is what I'm talking about, the buzz. That's right. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what's happening. To know. This is how Asians get treated on my show. My fucking red carpet. They just have make out with Hans. This is what could happen if you right to perform. And it's only rewards. He never does bad on the show. If there was ever a week where he did bad on the show, it would be
It's a lot of pressure. So I went camping.
yeah.
Then I almost drowned in the river, and my date had come. I felt a little effeminate, and happy to be rescued.
How did you
Look on your China man, you. Where we can't pull around.
eagle dip? Everyone knows eagles have huge Nick, you're Nick gonna blow the map back up. You don't know how it got punctured?
We ran into the bank with a sharp
Ran into the bank. Must be a Jewish girl. Racial stereotypes are not condoned by me. I edit all these out at some point. I can't always remember this out that it's always funny when I say that. And people are just listening to it. It's on. You can't be. You get like you like did this as a trick. Oh, I'm drowning. Blah, 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 blah. So just start buffing her, right? Am I close to right on this?
We had a lot of intercourse.
You're lining up basketball.
It's just the letter.
Girlfriend that you have. It's just the same girlfriend.
Yeah, but she, after the trip, she doesn't emotionally mature enough.
This is autistic. It takes people a few months to realize Hans is autistic, but he really is. It's just a savant.
Yeah.
Do you play any instruments?
I play guitar.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Really? Shut the fuck up. Matt, would you like one? Oh, I'm gonna spend so much time making hot chicks through their tongue and on how to do anything else. This is crazy.
More than just lips.
This is how it should be. That's the goes away. Could be a shame, probably. Says autistic. I am almost positive this is gonna happen. But at the same time, I could like see him strumming that and be like, oh, the ukulele. I don't know that. He's really got a good. He definitely has that first Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans. Do you think it's going to be good? How many of you think this is going to be bad? Alright, a lot of haters in the cheap seats up there. Alright, Marty McCons.
I wish I was special. Yeah, so fucking special. But I know.
Alright. That's enough. Unbelievable. Yeah, I didn't know. I thought he was going to stop. Normally I would cut a million other people off, but he looked like he was longer. I love the boy. Look how happy he is. You know, a lot of people said you were going to do good. A lot of people thought they were all right. It's very good and very bad at certain times. The guitar was on and then the voice came in and it was fun in there. That's not Is that what that was?
I was gonna win you back on the bridge.
You're going to sing it? Hell yeah. Wow.
I feel energized, and
So your girlfriend dumped you this week. Let me just remind you you're happy and energized. So what do you think? Should you make out with somebody? You still want to do that?
yeah,
All right. Whoa. You know, let me just say, before we do the drum roll, let me just say, everything I ask if a beautiful woman wants to come up and kiss on me, I want to change things up this week. A little something for the podcast listeners that hate this. I'm going to ask if there's a girl out there mediocre looking. You feel like not so pretty today, and like, you know, outbreak. We're already 12 hours into this. Everybody get their own. The bad news is that we've already done it.
17 times now.
Anyway, for an autistic guy, you think his numbers jokes would be better. What do you think about these? What do you think about me asking if a mediocre to make out with you?
I think that's wonderful because they have
Come on. Are there any half good looking girls, or do I have to ask? Is it only like a beautiful girl only thing? Come on, sixes or ones to come up and make out with us. If you think you're a six, you get one of these. And I Kiss Hans Kim official t-shirt. Sweet Dings, Hang Dangs, I'm not sure what it is. Unbelievable. Very rarely do you see that in comedy where people go backward. Oh, and I also just got to say that during your rendition of Creep, I noticed a couple like the tough guy fans in the audience. This undercover cop and he's gonna Hulk Hogan's ex-wife. See this guy? Not paying attention to the show at all. Anyway, he was literally trying your rendition of Creep. It was unbelievably hilarious. Hopefully he listens to this podcast and Creeps when it comes out. Just set him up. He's literally still just talking a serial killer. Alright, anyone happening? I'm going to see the window here.
I don't think I deserve it this week.
I'm not take a shirt, dude.
Thank you.
Ironically, the first time I have a girlfriend, no one wants to come out. Maybe open it up to you. It's so bad. I shouldn't feel bad. I just watched the last unbelievable performance of your eighth song. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this? Oh, yes. Wow. Okay. What's your name? This is a rap girl? Paige. Okay. And you were dating her for how long would you say? Wow. Like, what were some of the highlights of dating months? Like when you look back and you have like flashbacks to it. All right. Great. What's that? What?
That's the first one.
What else?
The weird ostrich one too, where he did not work. River explanation.
Jesus, that's sad that you don't worry that you're good. So, what made you finally put the kibosh on fucking Hans this week?
Finalized, and I don't want to date him, but
What about Hans? You just had oh shit! Look at that, Hans. What do they call that? The rebound. Oh. It's like what Jeremy Lin or something. So Hans is your rebound. So all of a sudden you go from this happy marriage, next thing banged in the back of the van by an Asian guy. So what do you think? Is
Antonio with his friends, and may or may not have some club here or there.
Hey, hell yeah. So yeah, I guess what made you come here tonight? You still
We have fun.
Yeah. Whoa. Once you
We're short stick.
It was Hans famously a good kisser. Everybody says that it's incredible. Wow. Does he do anything different? How does he do it? If you had to describe Hans.
Legitimately the best person that's
Wow. Yeah. That's incredible. Let me ask you this. Are you hungry for more than you had once? Chopsticks? Oh. Trying to put it in one of those boxes with I want to take it home. This is weird. So I never jokes like that because I had to go up after a snake. You're actually right. I'm going to get him out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, Hans Kim and his ex-girlfriend, Paige.
It's a comedy with the time.
I
Oh, you play guitar than the girl there?
It really is. I should just do another. We should do another episode of Kill Tony once a week where it's an hour and a half. All right, everybody. I pulled a name out of the bucket. So your first comedian doing an uninterrupted 6 tonight. We know it all. Goes by Jamie Gravy, everyone. When they use the first sign, the local legend, you never know what's going to happen. Here comes Jamie Gray. Here on Tony. Live in Austin, Texas.
Guys, I just had my first threesome. Thank you. I will just tell your friends. When you tell your friends, they all ask the same question. Like, well, Jamie, was it a threesome? That's very disrespectful to the third male. I'm straight, actually. I almost come up with bragging about. Look, here's the thing. I'm an ally with the LGBT. I had a little bit. And I was LGBT was nice to roll up the tongue. They had now God's like, I'm getting a letter and piss somebody off. But you consolidate this, not make it longer. I figured out 3 easy letters. G-A-Y. Yeah.
Jamie Gravy. It's a ride.
Yeah.
Sir. Welcome.
I appreciate it.
How long have you been doing? Where at? All of it here in Texas?
Yeah, man, I started in Dallas, so that's where I'm at.
Very cool.
We're here now, man.
Hell yeah. How long have you lived in Austin?
A week.
A week?
Yeah.
Wow. Hell yeah. They didn't have HEB up in South.
Oh,
So you're just changing locations.
yeah, pretty much. It's the same.
Absolutely. It doesn't happen. It's not happening.
I don't know. I think just the artistic encouragement out here. It just seems to really enjoy trying new shit.
You're a great comedian. You look like the kind of guy that can freestyle. I don't know if you can or not. But look like you can.
I'm way too white than that.
It's like way too white rappers. You know what I mean? It seems like every rap would start with well,
maybe like a bar. I can't even imagine a bar. You want my social too? No, it's the city's name. What my last name is Rabbbi, right? And people just kept pronouncing it correctly. The open mics, they're he's on it, Rabbbi. Shit, I'm not fucking telling you. Just grab it, phonetically sound. So I was like, maybe it works.
How old are you?
32. That's it, baby.
You just do stand-up comedy. Survive, okay?
I live with 3 other comedians, so yeah, fucking shout out to back in that dick.
Okay.
Telling our you would think, not a lot of tips in the jar in that. That's the whole thing.
It's a fun fact about your life that would surprise us, Jamie Gravy.
I've been arrested.
Whoa, let's talk about it. For what?
I'd say I was robbing houses when I was 18. Don't do that. You're just an asshole. I was just kind of doing it all, doing drugs, and then just thinking you're.
How deep did you go down the oxy?
I never shot up. But it goes back in the day when you could bring it up and still snort them, but now they changed it. Now it's a whole story. There's only 2 ways to go. You have to quit or switch to heroin. Yeah, no, it's fun. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's an ethical thing.
For those of you that are Yeah, between an oxy heroin addiction, we hear about our senior bottom of the barrel responders. On the scene, we have somebody here deep in an oxy. Call me. Yeah, I love it. Right. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. What's your favorite thing that you've done in your comedy career? Best gig that you've had? Last night at the VMAs, Conor McGregor tried to fight. Yeah, it looks like watermelon.
Just one picture. You could show one.
Yeah. Probably. What?
I got my first book.
That should say my favorite.
Number 4.
Yeah. What happened? What part of the joke was it at?
And what do you got? I don't know what it was. It was just accumulation of things going. Just fucking started and got the shit. Right. That was soul crushing.
Why do you think it went that way?
Now, is this a white audience? No, it was a black audience. Yeah, the whole thing. The different letters. Yeah, don't fuck with all that. It's the whole.
Yeah, they're like
Shit, pussy.
yeah. What the joke say, motherfucker?
You know.
All black are better than just you. Fuck you!
Oh yeah, it was.
I know what it's like. I know what it's like. I kill in black rooms, but I've seen, like, you'd be surprised. Like, they turn on their own pretty quickly. Black comedians have trouble in a lot of black rooms. It is. But you know, in Atlanta, they used to do a thing called trees, where the whole audience brings their keys, like a key ring, and starts to not entertain you at all. These are all black shows. Your keys in your hand like that. It's like one person jingling the keys, and then it's people fucking fail and audiences just fucking swing on the same doors. That's not when I talk about like black hecklers, like ooh, that whole
Still Tyrone.
yeah.
Kill you. You get murdered.
Yeah.
And it's got a jingle to it.
Yeah. Good set. Nice to meet you, dude. We'll see you again soon. Tell Tony, Jamie, son of a fucking bitch. I don't really care. Here he is. Here's Jamie. Ready? Goes by the name of Clemente Villegas, everybody. The butt smoking. It's definitely a Still Tony debut. Remember that name. Here he is. Here he is, Clemente.
Hey, I don't know if you can tell by looking at it, but I am mixed. A lot of people love I know because I look like I get it. I get the best of both worlds, you know. So I got to go to summer camp a lot as a kid, but I'm brown, so sometimes it wasn't. What else? I'm brown, so I work really hard, you know, but I'm white, so I get mad at myself for stealing jobs. My name's Clemente, very Mexican sounding name. You know, I sound like a Mexican explorer, but I'm white, so I'm trying to stop Mexicans. It's a lot. It's tough. It's tough. I am dating a black woman. Thank you. Yeah. First guy she's dated outside of a black guy's credit score. So, yeah. We have cute nicknames for each other. You know, Thank you.
Breaks.
Thank you.
How long have you been doing comedy?
4 years.
All that here in Texas?
Yes, I just moved here.
Whoa, why do you have to? No, that's right. See, Madness, you made a lot of noise on that Amarillo, too. Is that just you just thought it was interesting. Basically, everywhere is Amarillo when you're deep Madness. Really matter what's the name of the place. Topic. Yeah, that's
So
actively yells up there. The phone stuff and he
we're not allowed to record.
Heck no, I don't have to.
There's all the evidence now.
No, because comedians can still record what happened when
I get it.
Anyway, someday let's find out more about you. What the fuck? What do you do for work?
I work at a bank.
What do you do at the bank?
Just like open accounts. Got the job, so I started training today.
I was thinking, can I help you with the bank?
Yeah. Thank you.
I've never bailed now.
Happy state.
Yeah, there you go. There's a live editor in the back. Chopping the film.
Shit.
I love it. Clemente, what's your living situation? You moved out of the house with the whole family and everything, and now you live by yourself? That's life?
I never left the hometown, so technically that's true, but she and my girlfriend got a place.
Oh, okay. This month.
Yes, actually, yeah. Exactly.
How long have you been with this girl?
2 years.
What does she do?
She is a server at the Fairmont.
Training all the businesses.
I don't know. I should stop.
Is there anyone else you want to dox on the show?
My social is.
Do you have any special skills or talents other than stand-up comedy. She doesn't like or something like that. Take people out on Gauntlet. You're so perfectly half Mexican and half white.
I did just get a paddleboard, so that's exciting.
I picture you as the guy in one of the ducks. You know what I mean? I can see you taking one of the big ducks out for a ride.
I haven't. No. Sorry.
So what were you saying? Would you have other than the what else? What else are you into?
I think I was doing jujitsu.
You go out for fun. You do things at night.
A lot of Mike.
Anything interesting about you at all whatsoever? Your entire life? You have a big family?
Yeah, I have a really mostly in El Paso.
Do you have any weird medical pre-existing conditions?
Yeah.
What do you have?
I have a massive hypothalamus, not cancerous. So
Wow. Is it growing? Is it getting bigger?
I haven't checked in like 5 years.
Oh, that's great. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Sometimes not getting much out of you. When you get Clemente's jokes, talk a lot about being mixed. Guessing your dad's Mexican in this, right? Okay. What did he do? How did him and your mom meet?
He was just like in the military and they fucked. And
Wow. It's like something like they do. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was a picture.
Yeah. How about your mom? Does she have a job?
Yeah, she's a nurse up in Amarillo. I'm not gonna say the business.
With your mom, she's a nurse. She's like, leave that brain too far alone.
She's not like a brain surgeon, you know.
She probably knows. She probably vaccinated. An interesting thing happening. I like it. Very interesting thing. Did you talk with her about this?
Oh yeah, she's like super like anti-vax. Well, she's also like not like a common nurse. She's pretty. She's a lot like Alex Jones.
But honestly, we really don't. A lot of people are simply not working right now. It's crazy times amongst us. Again, I just spent the weekend in LA. It's with, wow. It was amazing. I don't know. You guys still live there, right?
Yeah.
So this seems normal in this. It's probably crazy to you. Oh yeah. Now I'm not talking about the homeless people in the audience close together, shoulder to shoulder. Did you ever have a mask? I think it's right that you can take it. It's unrollable. In a comedy store, they only need the mask on. Yeah, none of it makes sense. It's still up here. Thank you so much for coming on. Your Pet Tony debut. Here you go. That's a notebook from Bones Lab. How exciting. It's a local artist. Takes real leather and makes it. Your next comedian is William Ray, everybody. 67. Check that out. Cool, right? Did a great joke. Oh, I love this. Sing it, Kyle. You got this. He's got a minute. All right, here he is, William Ray, everybody.
So, I was looking at myself today, and you ever
seen Rothschild? Yeah. That one really snuck up on me. But hey, man, it's what it is, you know? I'm a bald-headed white guy. And even if I were, what am I going to do? Fucking go out there and try to cancel clowns? Can you imagine if I like started a pro? All clowns should be canceled. I've been infected with it for years. Don't think I haven't. If I went through with that, though, I'm not saying it would, but it certainly wouldn't help the case that the most famous member of their entire tribe raped and murdered a bunch of little boys.
William Ray, everybody. Closing with I love it. The guy that is up until this point exclusive at prisons. It's like a rabies oxygen. Shit. If I'm through with that though, can you imagine if I like all clowns should be white guy with the kind of big nose? But I'm not mad about it. And even if I get to that level, I work, it's William Ray, everybody. So I was looking at the mirror, and you ever seen Rothschild? Yeah. That one really snuck up on me. But hey, what it is, you know? I'm a bald-headed white guy, kind of a big nose. But I'm not mad. What am I going to do? Go out there and try to cancel clowns? Can you imagine if I like started protest? All clowns should be canceled. That's what they're doing. Notice that. Shit. If I went through with that though, I'm not help the clown's case that the most famous member of rape and murder. Closing with confidence. I love it. This looks like a guy that has, up until this point, recently only performed at prisons. It's like a reversible of prison. It's like Jamie Grady's oxygen. It is. You are a character, man. You're like Stone Cold Steve Austin. William, when we first got here, I feel like I swore. You're the guy that's been hiding under my bed since I was a kid.
Yeah, I was at the gun place. I played with the guitar.
Wow. Drawing everywhere. You can just use those as like headshots.
And all you sound like extra.
I was waiting for you do clown shit or something? Like the whole waiting for you to be like, that's why I have this, and like put on a red nose or something.
No, I just got canceled.
Almonds canceling clowns?
Yeah, it's wild. This guy's a criminal.
how's the closed over this field for that house for walking there?
I just wonder what it would be like.
You didn't have a good team, those Rothschild.
What do you do for work, really, Greg? Hardwood floor specialist. That's looking at haunted houses. So you can catch them every playing the organ at every haunted house. You have like one suit you have just in case you ever need to have a suit?
No, I don't have it.
You don't even own a suit? If you had to dress up, if someone's like, William, I know this is crazy, I've never been to do it before, you can work. But we have this big dinner. I need to take you, we got to dress up where?
I would go by
Wow. Where would you go? Do you even know where you would go? How old are you, really? 51. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my fourth.
Wow, I love that. How would I hammer this guy? The bulb, what made you want to start stand-up now at this part of your life?
This show.
Really? They let you listen to this?
Very small closer.
Have you been to jail? Are my instincts right about all of this? 2 years. Hell yeah. What was it for? What the Eddie Burger, you know, it's something with a well. Yeah! Well, yeah. So, Assault with a Deadly, what happened there? Did some guy like try to take your girl to the Stop, Jesus! It was 5. I know this is your first time with me, but it was 4 months ago. My God.
And then on.
All right. Back to William. By the way, a much bigger race. I mean, you look like you hate it, right? You look like sometimes you're just even angry at white people. Am I correct? Your name is William Ray. You even have a criminal name. What's your middle name, William? Oh, wow. We can look up the shipping through that. Yeah, William Ray Riley, convicted assault. All right. So what happened that day with the armed assault?
Kid, everybody being now.
Wait. We're gonna do this Tarantino style. Coming back. No engagement with any of them now. That is not in any country there. Hello. That's true. So let's take this. You at a concert?
No, we were at Rock and Roll.
See how close I am? See, you think that's easy? It's not.
And I was trying to meet. I was like 21.
That's a sunset time, correct?
Not
That's Gower. Yeah, that's the same. It's Gower. Yeah, I know. Yeah, when is this?
1990.
Wow, 92. Dog, the new movie out is wow. Yeah, that's the song of the year. Is Cult of Personality. And you're out there. What do you look like that haircut? Am I correct?
No, I had like Anthony Keys hair.
You had what?
Anthony Keys from the
Oh, okay. Hell yeah, they is something. What were you working back then? You were working at a guitar shop or something like that?
No, I was just reaching.
Oh, okay. Living that Hans Kim lifestyle out there. I love it. All right, so you're at the Denny's, and then what happens? They say, I'm sorry, sir, we're out of movies over my okay, then what happens? You're at the Denny's, then what?
The kid, he was my friend.
together, and he was real trouble and making his friend much. Yeah. And I'm like, hey, it's like the Denny. Yeah, you're still in the Denny. Yeah, right. Yeah. Are you at a table? Yeah. Are you gonna food? Across from your friend. Just really, just to let us know what type of senses was he doing. Yelling at other tables. You know, all that being loud. I got my rock and roll hair. It's fun. You enjoy it. Okay, just drop. Right, just drop. Yeah. Just drinking. Yeah. Okay. So.
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I was talking about like all the crowd is curious, like talking about the about the Messiah coming back kind of stuff. Like the last time we talked about the red heifer a bit.
Yeah.
You said it had the sacrifice had, but then some internet people say it had
Okay, so I heard you talk about then what?
and then like last time we talked about whether the sacrifice had been done, and you said it had, but I believe you. So I'm just going to give any updates on that at all.
Yeah, it still hasn't been done publicly, and it can't really be necessarily done until we know the exact location. The Beit HaMikdash, the done facing the front door of the third temple, and since that doesn't even exist, then it's really not something that is practical. I mean, if you had like the blueprint, okay, then you could do it. But the area in the of the Mount of Olives, basically, what's the word for which I'm looking? And also ensure that it's done in the right location. There would, I mean, a big pie here, full of like different types of wood, including like that all would be on video. You couldn't just on top of that. Then from there you'd have Cohens, who would be splashing water. It would be a public event. People would know about that. Oh, blueprint's done. Blueprint's done. It's the Temple Institute, but that's once the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque are either removed or destroyed. Yeah, this is an excellent question. Can be very vague, and I mean we ceased at the end of the temple period. I can tell you I've asked about it. I asked rabbinical colleagues about it, and I remember them saying there's going to be, and exactly years ago, this is like maybe 6 or 7 years ago that I remember that. And then I also recall, I mean, it's really not a secret anymore, the Greater Israel Plan. And I mean, the goal is world domination. If that freaks people out, it shouldn't. Every civilization that's ever existed has wanted world domination. whether it's the British Empire, the Roman Empire, the Mongolian Empire, the Japanese Empire, the Chinese Empire, the United States Empire. He's always wanted to eventually have every control over the entire world. That isn't something that is to be surprised. Now, what shouldn't scare, I mean, that could be scary to people, especially when you get some very far um, leaning individuals, especially within some of the different movements that basically say, they don't rape everybody and all these. That's the beauty of Mashiach. Mashiach is supposed to bring the world together in a period of, also to revivify the dead, to build the third temple, to build the second temple, to essentially clarify who uh, gray areas in terms of who is a Jew, especially in Israel. Right now, about 20% of Israel is like Muslim or Christian. And so that means 80% on their ID, it says Jew. However, of that 80%, only about 40% are actually halakhically Jewish, meaning they can get married in an Orthodox shul, Orthodox, not temple, synagogue. And so those who cannot have to go to a place like Cyprus and get married. So that means of Israel, it's Jewish, halakhically Jewish majority country. And that's hard for a lot of Israelis to swallow when they fall in love with someone and they're not able to get married in a Jewish ceremony. And so Mashiach's supposed to figure those and supposed to bring in the exiled nations, and we look to that period of time that are given about who he will be. He will be of the line of David, so the Davidic line. He will be male. He will be human. He will not be like a dog or arguments to be made that Mashiach in every generation, and so there are some people who say that the like Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson, Rebbe who died in 1994, that he June 12th, 1994, something like that, that he was a Mashiach for his era. Some people have said the same about going back to antiquity to Bar Kokhba. But really, it's pretty simple, so to speak, because I've asked this question. The whole world will recognize him when he emerges, be a great Torah leader, the person to rebuild or rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. So the person who leads that will be that individual, will be someone who helps, will be a huge advocate for peace. And that person
Like just claiming God
Yeah. So, well, I'll give you the halakhic or Jewish version, and then what I actually think probably was more accurate or could have been more accurate, which is not accepted within mainstream Judaism by any means. But I think it's practical, and it helps to bridge a gap. Okay, so a major issue occurs with his lineage when his mother says that she's impregnated by God when within Judaism because we need to know who the father is. It tells us what tribe he's from, and also if uh, this is a prohibited relationship, then there are issues that occur and they can be brought before based in a judicial court or lineage. And that's not able to be done when she says that she was basically impregnated by God, so to speak. Um, so that causes a lot of issues. A lot of other issues, um, and I can say that like tables in the temple due to with interaction with aside from being fully human. Now, I understand, and I think you do, that the Nazarene never wrote anything down, nor did anyone who ever met him. These were only people like he died. I think the I think the uh, historically he referenced that he died approximately 33 in the Common Era, but perhaps as early as 29 of the Common Era. People to write on the um, on the on his life were well, I should say none of the Gospels, to my knowledge. Now, again, you go to a Christian theologian on this, but from what I understand, John is the earliest written gospel, even though it's not first. Like theoretically, hopefully, that's what historians state, and that happened around 69 of the Common Era, 40 years later, and so. Well, there's an argument to be made that he never existed. I'm not saying that they're true. I'm just saying that those are some arguments that are made. I am someone who out in the talent, at least there perhaps someone like him in our writing. However, specific, so they're full with his name. I can say that the idea that he uh, said that he was God incarnate and all of that, he never said it, that stuff. Or I shouldn't say, we don't have a direct writing of him saying that stuff. That's people later on, and then even like editing in the Council of Nicaea, like 200 or 300 years. So basically, a lot of this have been altered. Well, yeah, Um, well, so as I understand, he was seen as an enemy to the Roman government, and especially at that time, um, who was the local governor of the area, um, that was a threat, and so did the Roman. And so they got and and so basically they went to the Sanhedrin and said, "Is this your guy?" And we're like, "No, that's not our guy. We don't have anything to do with that guy." And it's basically a threat to our authority, and you were going to kill him. And the Sanhedrin was like, you do you. Crucifixion is not an approved of capital punishment within Judaism. So when people say Jews killed the Nazarene, if it were one of it, that's true, and because he was basically preaching, at least according to the Gospels, preaching in direct contrast to what we believe. He felt so I really empathize with him because he don't necessarily know. Now, what do I think happened as a scientist? This is a wild theory, and I don't really hear anybody talk about it. But it's a theory that I think makes sense. I really do. And whether this is true or not, I could be wrong. But since the dawn of time, we've had, and this is something that has gone on, at least from, if you go Lazar and the writing a whistleblower that he read from the government, that basically humans were here on Earth and aliens have been doing abduction for tens of thousands, if not of years. And at least 64 major DNA alterations have been made to the human race. And in addition to that, there has been some aspect of artificial insemination with some beings. Me, pardon me? Yes, they do. Absolutely. And so, again, I don't know what happened. Right? No, more like an all-powerful, omnipresent being in any way. The closest thing that we would get is like an angel. Angel simply in Hebrew means messenger. And so if anything happens, there might be arguments to be made, messengers from above. But within the prophets or other writers, distinct extraterrestrial beings. However, that doesn't mean that this wasn't happening. It hasn't happened since the dawn of time. And if you had a woman, I think Mary whose name means bitterness in Hebrew. Basically, if she one day just said that she was impregnated, how are you as an ancient people going to interpret that? And we know that this happens. Like there are who say I was impregnated, I don't know how, or that they took my baby and then I later on was re-abducted and I saw this child in some kind of like test tube or something or whatever. But we know that this happens. Uh, it's very difficult to prove, though. But if it happened to a 13-year-old girl in the ancient Levant, what would we do as a people? We would say that that person's bonkers. Like, we'd be like, et cetera, et cetera. And the only thing that she might be able to say is that I was impregnated by something I can't explain. And that might eventually be into being God. And really, how else would you describe it? They're just extra intelligent is a different situation, but I understand what you're saying. Oh, exactly, 100%. And so, um, right. And after the birth story and the manger and everything, there's not a lot on Mary. I mean, I'm not an expert in the Gospels, but basically, she kind of takes a step back, and I think it's maybe there at at Calvary, basically. Um, yeah, but like, there's not like stories that are, at least in the Gospels, that are like the Nazarene's first steps, the Nazarene's first baseball game. And understandable that, that ancient texts are not either. But what happened, I don't think that you can rule that out. And if that took place, then basically both sides, or even all three sides, the Romans all have a legitimate argument. The Romans basically unifying people to start either some type of revolution or uprising. We just conquered the land, and we're getting rid of all leaders who are doing anything like this. And he's been rejected by his tribe. Basically, he's an outcast. The Jews, persons, and also we can't prove their lineage, and they are essentially are making arguments. If you take Gospels to be, for lack of a better term, gospel, um, he's rejecting the teachings of really our sages, and calling himself a rabbi, or being led around like a rabbi. And perhaps he studied in the house of, but we, um, but basically he's taking our teachings and manipulating them and rejecting them, basically. And this has become a threat. What his disciples would eventually learn, which would be, hey, he had some kind of vision, or had some kind of special birth occurred that makes and really has a unique take on how to live your life, and taking the place for it, and he's using perhaps that he's going to die and all these other things. Why can't all three be true? I don't see that they necessarily couldn't be. Now, do I think he was God? No, I don't. That's just not something that uh, hold on. I do believe in resurrection of the dead. I think he needs science to do it, and we can get to that. In his terms, okay, so Sunday, and he's God. So there was no God in the universe for 3 days? Wait. If you want to get down into that, then there's a Trinity, and the whole thing that three in one, he's all. No, this gets into how can something be three things and one thing at the same time? But what I'm saying is this, and this is the simplest answer to the rejection of the Nazarene that I've ever heard as a Jew. The Nazarene died, right? Yeah. You can't kill God. It says he was crucified, died, and on the third day he rose again. No, it said died. It didn't say went dormant. It didn't say was playing hide and go seek. It said crucified. Well, so the argument is this: you can't kill God. All right, that's just well, and then you get into like the different Christianity beliefs. Some of them, I believe, Roman Catholics believe that sent the Son and 100% the Holy Spirit all at the same time. Also, because I'm not Christian, and that's between Christians and Protestants, and however they want to work that out. But what I'm saying is, there's not a unified front on this. Within, and it's you can't kill God. So this guy was just a guy. Now, who he was, we don't know. Okay, fine. But he what? Yeah, he's going to be a human and he will die. Well, so he's going to usher in, not necessarily, he's going to usher in a new age where, and the big thing is he's supposed to resurrect the dead. And so what does that mean? So there's a, uh, we believe, at least traditional Orthodox, there's a bone in the body. It's called the loose bone. It's basically decomposed. That, and it's one of the big reasons why we avoid at all costs cremation within Judaism, because we feel Mashiach's going to come back and use that bone to revivify all of the dead. How do we think that's going to happen? I mean, that's for Mashiach to figure do this. Basically, if we get that person's DNA, we can clone them, and there are ways to perhaps either reinsert their, I mean, with anything, perhaps time travel is a possibility. I'm not saying with Mashiach so much, but in the future, you never know. What? No, 100% human. He's just going to be a really great leader. And so basically, yeah, basically just extremely intelligent and would be able to utilize things like life extension technology and mind uploading tech. Well, no, we still die in that age. What we're talking about is being able what we're talking about is, and nobody currently can do that. That we know of, correct. And so that's correct. Yeah, no, I agree with you. And much of this clandestine technology may be brought, if and when it is, then there's an argument to be made that perhaps Mashiach will utilize that to not only revivify the dead, bring back the dead, but also find a way to avoid death altogether. And that we think is going to happen. Uh,
Thinking about this flag experiment, I'm sure you heard about it the other day. This news that broke that they brain the AI can over it.
Right.
It makes it exactly like a fruit fly.
Right.
This could be considered maybe that technology that stuff.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah, it's like a false resurrection thing or false
I mean, what is the soul?
Well, it seems to be something that inhabits a vessel for a period of time. Definitely seems to be something there. Because when it's not there, you're dead.
I mean, I don't think anybody knows. I can tell you how I define it, and it's essentially your central peripheral nervous system, which incorporates all of your memories. And what I'm talking about is basically everything that is non-physical of your body. I consider that to be the soul. That's the best scientific argument I can make for it. What are your thoughts?
It just makes me wonder your nervous system that is like this bird fly brain should be like a fly is because that all's been it's captain's brain. Just to make sure and personality for the next few maps. Like if you uploaded a human brain, it would be the same or not.
Let's look into this just for a moment.
Pretty interesting. Because there's been a couple things this last week that were on this front. Yeah, the new brain playing
Systems has achieved a breakthrough by creating the first fully embodied whole brain emulation of a fruit, where a digital model of the fly's brain comprising of around 50 million synaptic connections was connected to a physics-simulated body and began exhibiting natural behaviors like walking, grooming, and feeding without training and reinforcement learning. This milestone, based on the Flywire connectomy, marks the first multi-behavior brain upload and demonstrates its features can drive autonomous behavior in a digital body. The model achieved 91% behavioral accuracy and is built using a simple leaky integrate and fire neuron model, Joko physics engine. Okay, so like this. Now, what are you saying about this being a soul?
bringing back
Just
science type stuff.
apologies. Just one moment. I'll be there in just a second. Okay, I'm back. So you're saying this is the soul?
Now I'm curious, personality, behavior, like things that a person's drawn to, whatever. Things unexplainable with character. Mapped out to a human brain using this technology. It makes me wonder because why he behaved exactly like a bird fly in the simulation.
No, it's 90%.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's like cleaning itself.
That's true.
Weird. You can see the footage. There is footage of the twins' movements and stuff, and it's behaving exactly.
Okay, but that's just like autonomous action, is it not?
At least I'm up to that. So far, we haven't find out the
It really comes down to, in my opinion, what do we consider to be? And I personally quantify that to be peripheral and central nervous system of an individual. All of the electric, um, all of the electric, um, impulses, the things that give somebody a personality. I quantify that as, let's say it's something else. It's like a ghost or something. Okay, I just don't have any. But what I agree, and that's why I'm saying that's what I consider to be the soul. Is and so perhaps okay. So if we had a little old lady, and we were able to map her brain and upload her central nervous system and peripheral nervous system into a computer, and then we were able to clone her and teach her to be the exact same age, and then transferred her central nervous system and peripheral nervous system into little old lady B. I think that I well no, I'm saying that you won't if you can do it. Hold on. If you can do it and not lose anything 100%, then that would seemingly be a perfect soul transfer. I agree. That's part of it. Is you would just awake, like, oh, what happened? What happened? What I was well, exactly. I mean, you could make her however old you want, but I'm saying that for based on simplicity. But you could just make her, a young woman, and or 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 you could make her a male, or you could make her do all of those things. Of Homo sapien into a new type of species. What did you say? Yeah, and I think that there will perhaps be in its past this issue that occurs, especially within teleportation arguments, that if you were to teleport from one location to another, we have to consensually kill the first person to have them transfer to the second. Two versions of them. No, so long as it's done with perfect accuracy, then it's fine. Well, that's certainly a concern. Another concern is something called gray goo. Essentially, AI begins to self-replicate and replicates to the point where it creates this goo nator, and it can just be whatever it wants and it takes over the earth. Exactly. Exactly. Mashiach. These are questions for Mashiach to be able to figure out when it comes to the soul lesson, and it's just basically kicking the can down the road, so to speak, that we don't have the answers for this. But in terms of the current that's going on, this is something that there's Gog and basically the end times that have been a lot of different belief traditions. And if I hadn't said that I in the past and would be like anticipated that I would, you know, not be telling the truth. I mean, I can also the Greater Israel is something that I'd say probably by 2049 or so will be a reality.
But right now, things definitely seem forced to push some kind of Armageddon. Like it seems forced. It's like I don't feel like God comes like fall for tricks like that. You know? But
Well,
right now it feels like fake.
Well, so I mean, this has been prophesized with Albert Pike. It was prophesized with Werner von Braun. These are not like new ideas. And then there's also what's supposed to happen, which I'm awaiting, and I think you and I have talked about before, is Operation Bluebeam, where there's a fake alien invasion that essentially ushers in a Mashiach-like figure. And
You know about Chris Bledsoe?
I mean, I know the name.
He's been abducted. He had like Crohn's disease. He cured his Crohn's disease. And now he has a real like relation with them, the worms and stuff, and he like summon them anytime. Like there's recorded footage all over of him doing it. And he's but then he got it from this person called the lady or whatever about Star aligning with the Sphinx. Aligning with the Sphinx on like April 5th, I believe it is, coming up. And that being like all the sign of this being true is when Iran and Israel are firing rockets at each other. It was a good prophecy that's really lining up to possibly being this Easter. Possibly a good date. Because all of these events too line up historically, right? Like we got pyramids going on when this started happening, right?
Right. On March 3rd.
Yeah. The blood moon.
14th of the dark.
The lunar eclipse. Like there's
The blood moon. Look, I'm certainly not a prophet, and I've been wrong a lot in the past. But I would say the third temple, I think, to be built before 2049, definitely before 2069. And the reason why I named those two, actually 20, the reason why I named those two dates would be the 100th anniversary of the creation of the modern state of Israel on May 14th, 2048. And there's a push for that. Then also, if it's not done by to be done for 2069, it'll be the 1000th anniversary of the fall of the previous temple. And some people equate it to 70. We within Judaism say 69, but basically in and around those times. And so if you're looking for prophecies, those are probably two pretty good predictions. And for Operation Bluebeam, or Project Bluebeam, I should say, I think that's going to happen. That perhaps voice of God weapons may be used that force people to react in one way or another. Although I don't know for sure. I mean, we just see what Israel has, and even implants, and they, like Israel had this one. There's like a documentary about this spray near somebody's ear, and it poisoned them, and then oh, okay, there you go. And then they had there's and that's just what Israel's using it doesn't of whatever reason, and going along with MI5 or MI6. Um, there's a lot of really interesting shit out there, and especially in terms of voice of God weapons, we haven't even. I mean, like we saw Havana syndrome to some extent, like maybe like um, and but if you wanted my prediction, again, I've been wrong, and I've been wrong, and I've had to fess up to him that, or not fess up to him. I just tell him that it doesn't always come true. Um, but at least for the rebuilding of the second, the third temple, you're looking 30 years or less, and 50 years at the most. Yeah, 50 years or so at the most, and that means it's going to be in your lifetime. And then what happens? That's an excellent question that we all ask ourselves, especially within Orthodox Judaism. Um, the world doesn't end; it's just issue, ushers in a new epic. So basically, the world could like refresh itself basically every 6,000 years, and calendar within Orthodox Judaism, like right now, it's 5,786. But basically, we're coming up on that 6,000th date, and then from there, there are arguments to be made that we will escape death, that we will be able to dead, that we will live in a world of peace and harmony, but not overnight. And also, they're not supposed to do, which is like create a new Torah. That's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be extremely uh, stringent on the previous Torah, and um, some other things like revivification, reuniting of the nations, the 12 tribes, uh, sacrifices, and what? Just one moment. I'll answer. I'll answer.
I was just asking where do you think the 12 tribes are? Like, some people say the Irish are one of the tribes, or
Yeah,
the Ethiopians have the clans.
your guess is as good as mine. They've been spread to the air like dust to the wind. But if I had to, there are some interesting arguments to be made that there's a Japanese contingent. Certainly, there's a Chinese contingent. Certainly, there's an Indian contingent. I've heard the British, which includes that Irish bloodline. Um, I have heard some African arguments, so that's five. I've heard perhaps some Eastern European, uh, uh, even in like the cast, and I've even heard mainstream, but that there's an argument to be made of indigenous people in the Americas. That that somehow, some way, there was some connection to be made there. Now, look, I mean, that's romantic to say. Truthfully, we as Jews can't correctly trace the lineage that we have of ourselves. There's less than 1 in a billion chance that they really are, because the is really difficult, especially considering a mother cannot have had a forbidden relationship, or else you are no. Those forbidden relationships would be like having intercourse with a non-Jew. Another thing would be like there was a lot of rape and a lot of forced. You also can't come from a convert, a lot of forced conversions. So basically, the people who are in shul now today, who Scott comes, he'll be able to clear all of that up. And there are arguments being made. Well, the Kohanic bloodline, if you can trace it from a DNA standpoint, but it's not really specific. It doesn't come directly from Aaron, which is that's who started Kohanic bloodline from a general region of the Levant. But then we can trace it to one person, and we say this is Aaron, and this is where the Kohanic bloodline started, and you can trace yourself back from that. So really, there's a billion, but I've even seen it at one end that just because through the generation, one person you have to have about 2 generations, and you're going to have a convert in there, or like a Cohen cannot be a divorcee, can't marry a convert. That just has happened. He can't. The woman that he has can't have relations with certain types of like incestual relationships. You're in a small town, a shul, or a small tribe. I mean, things happen, and that wouldn't be publicized. So the argument that any Kohanim really exist, I mean, that they're extinct, and we just go with it, and that's fine. There are other arguments to be made that you may have someone with the last name Cohen who thinks that they're a Cohen, but that's just because when they moved to the United States, their grandfather liked his last name and liked the name Cohen, changed it. I mean, it's like there are a lot of arguments for what can happen. So. Yeah. So this goes back to a story of King Balul in dynasty or civilization, which is basically area between Kazakhstan, and essentially he was brought the 3 major religions. The first was Islam, the second was Christianity, the third was Judaism. He chose, and there was maybe an argument of a mass conversion that occurred around the year 800 or so. And the reason why he chose Judaism was he was given the arguments that had its entire people of the religion at Sinai. Like that was to Christianity, which was just within a small group of people in the Levant, and Islam, which was just a few people within like the sands of Arabia. It wasn't like a huge amount of people understood this, and so that was the argument that won him over. There are some arguments from a DNA standpoint that there's a lot of Central Asian DNA that arises within Ashkenazic bloodline, or especially within Eastern Europe. I can tell you within shul or within Jewish communities, I've known rabbis to feel that this is legitimate. I've known rabbis to feel it's illegitimate. No one really knows. But that isn't to say that it's been dismissed or that it's hearsay or that it is debunked. I hate these words. Debunked in this world as far as I'm concerned. So we shouldn't even use that term. And maybe some credence to it, especially when you look at the DNA. But that doesn't necessarily mean that any given group of Jews, if you really look at the D1, there's to say like, can you trace you according to Orthodoxy, you're a Jew one of two ways. You came from your mother is a Jew, and you basically the argument is all the way back to the Jews can actually do that. Most of us either at some point were forced into some type of um, conversion, or perhaps were um, converted for in some type of mass scale. It's been easier to convert to Judaism in the past during different times, just based on survival. So for people to say that the Rothschild family has usurped Judaism, I mean, what is it? What is it really? At the end of the day, it's an ethnocentrist uh, belief system that hasn't had perfect. Uh, oh, there you go. What GB? Hasn't had conclusive evidence as and just perfect lineage, and that's just not going to happen when you've been in exile for 2,000 years and you've had uh, major positions and crusades and things that they've been able to destroy you as a people. So, all in all, do I think there perhaps is Central Asian uh, DNA in the Ashkenazi line? Absolutely. That's why I think it could have happened from a mass. It could have, or at least a large group of people think that it's all Ashkenazi people. No, just know that. And do I think Sephardim are separate from this? Yeah, I do from a DNA standpoint. But that doesn't mean that every day you don't have Sephardic people and Ashkenazi people marrying. There aren't any prohibitions on that. And so then you have mixtures, and you don't have like one perfect Ashkenazi line. It's all been kind of intermixed. There's an argument to trace ourselves to four women in like northern Italy um, about 2,000 years ago. The argument can be made as well that perhaps uh, Ashkenazim expanded from there into Eastern Europe uh, within the last 1,500 years or so. So it is complicated, but overall, I would say that within orthodoxy on that theory, and then well, I would just tell them that nothing is true. I hope that helps. GB, can you hear me? GB, GB, do that. Oh, there you are. Can you hear me, big man? GB, GB. 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 Yo, GB, I'm here.
Sorry
No worries. Just all in all, just to conclude, um, we're split within the Orthodox world. I think there's some DNA evidence to show that there could have been Khazarian conversion, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there was. I mean, like I can tell you DNA tests, even though they're not necessarily done to prove who's a Jew. Or, historians who at one time absolutely reject a romanticized story, and it was there was no saying those evidence that he was genetically, and that's happened within the last 20 years. So, if anybody who says that the Khazarian theory is impossible, well, give it 20 years and something may change. Most certainly. And what'd you say? It was the same year, 1492. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Ferdinand and Isabella, after uniting the kingdom, that's the beginning of the Inquisition. Yeah. As I understand, well, he wasn't, to my knowledge, by Jews. He was financed by the Fugger family. Do you know the Fugger family? This that you should know about the Fugger about. I actually taught a class on this last week. The etymology of the word fuck. So if there's not a real clear etymology for the word fuck, and everybody wants to know because it's used so often in English. Fuck, 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 fuck. But there is it's a fringe theory, but I think there's a lot of evidence towards this that it related to this man named Jacob the Rich. Jacob the Rich. His name is Jacob Fugger, and he was a Roman Catholic mine owner who basically made a lot of money in silver mines and timber. And he was so considered in the 1500s to be the wealthiest person in the world. Public housing development that still stands. It's called the Fugger. It's like a apartment, like a really big apartment complex. Anyway, he was someone before or slightly after, I want to say the let me think of this other family just one moment. Um, uh, the hold on. Medici's, but basically, the Medici's were like and the Fuggers were like the Holy Roman Empire bankers, and so he is the person who alleged history books, but he funded Christopher Columbus' expedition, and Christopher Columbus, I forget what day he left, but it was, oh yeah, no, I do know what day he left. Our uh, calendar, the 10th of um, of the month of Av, whatever, of 14.2, because we think traditionally that the temple on the 9th of Av, so you didn't want to leave on like such an expedition on a bad day in the calendar. For purely Roman Catholic, why would you care about that? But there are arguments to be made that Columbus at least was aware of this and delayed the start of that journey by one day. Whether this is true or not, I mean, it happened 500 years ago, but I've heard Jewish, basically very small, but then change 15 years later and have to republish a bunch of work saying that maybe 70 to 80% chance. So, in contrast to the idea of the Khazarian change, and I could see the Khazarian theory change, which doesn't really have to do anything with Judaism, but I find it interesting that, so the term fuck, etymology to it. They say that it comes from like a German word like that may be mixed with some other term to mean to hit years ago or whatever. And so, yeah, it was an established word in up like that much. It was only started to be used a lot once this guy Jacob Rich became popular, and there would be poems written about him, like this guy was so rich, like he was, how rich was he? He was Fugger rich, and it became like fucker rich, and it's almost like I even referenced this in the class that I taught on. It was just a YouTube class, but that like the word Trump, like word Trump meant something before Donald Trump became popular. It meant to like top something or to like whatever, but now if you say, oh, that's very Trump like, it doesn't really mean that as much. It means, I mean, it can, but it also means to be like boastful and audacious and all kinds of other things. And in the same way, this was a word that meant something, but then when he came around, people would, and this is documented that like about this. So anyway, that was very interesting. If you haven't looked into Jacob Fugger, you should. He basically controlled all of the silver mines of Europe from like around the like 1500s, 15 to 1600s, and also all the timber. Very interesting. Now that's an interesting one. If you look on artwork, that's on that. So like if you look at the Vatican and you look at like Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel, and that's all Medici money. And the reason why they got, it's called book accounting. Just a moment, something like that. Medici double book accounting. So it's not that exactly. It's something like that. Double entry counting. Double entry bookkeeping. So basically, I mean, it seems like really simple, but basically, it's the idea that you keep uh, for accounting purposes, to be specific, um, is where every financial transaction is recorded and a credit to maintain balance. This method ensures that total debits equal total credits, providing a built-in error checking mechanism and clear, accurate picture of financial health. And Medici's the one who figured that one out, and that's why they. Yeah. Yeah, to non-Jews, it is. Yeah. There's a rule that's from Leviticus that you can't charge interest to your fellow brother Jew. So we have what's called the Jewish Free Loan Society, where we have Jewish institutions, but you can't do this at like your local JP Morgan Chase. No. But we do have Jewish free loan societies, and there are other free loan societies as well, even within Christianity and um, within Islam as well. That's right. That's true. I was listening to a space last night, and people were jumping on this Israelis, all kinds of things that she doesn't control, and why is the porn industry this low into this, and but you'll find a lot of uh, accuracy in some of these things, but also a lot of inaccurate things, and it's difficult to sift through. You see, I mean, I always keep my ear to the ground, certainly, and to my email. I'm sure I get an email. Or hey, the the red heifer was sacrificed or something, and I'm sure. But if you do get any that is taking place, give me a heads up, okay? I mean, all it takes is, realistically, is to either remove the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, which isn't big, and then to rebuild a temple there. And it's not like the temple's massive; it's pretty small. It's like the size of, I don't know, like a normal parking lot. I mean, it's not that big. So that's what I hear is like they'll say someone else like of randomness or whatever, but then that's just going to end the entire Muslim world. For as powerful as Israel is, they don't want that. They'd rather be able to keep this to a perhaps a conflict that's more controlled, that happens, you're going to have a billion Muslims who are coming after you, and that's not something. Correct. And Mosul is not going to be open, and could even see a draft of the United States, meaning conscription, which had since 1973, and that's never popular. The all volunteer army is more tolerable for these conflicts because it's at least it's like, hey, you wanted to go, but when you get parents involved, you're going to have a lot of backlash. And Caroline Levitt, the speaker or the press secretary, said that the Trump administration had not ruled that out yet. So there are a lot of people that aren't about that. And I can tell you one benefit of turning 40, I just turned 40 74 days ago or something like that. And I'm no longer eligible for it. But it's something that I would tell you that I don't want to see happen. If it happened, then you'll see Americans attack Americans. Like, and I understand if you're going to send somebody's kid, what does someone have to live for? Meaning, like, if your local service office is demanding they stop some father who doesn't taking out everybody. Yeah, exactly. And you will have that. And there's a certain board and would think it'd be quick 7 and all this bullshit. And then they get there injured, and it's not funny anymore. This happens with every population. It's basically it's the death tolls that we're hearing of that region right now. I think it's like 6 service in that. You're not allowed in Israel to videotape any type of so you're not going to see anything there. I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm live streaming in an Israeli Discord, and they're there. I mean, they're Ebola, and like anything that happens from Israel, like literally, I'm in this Discord right now, and they tell me they like you're not allowed in there to like the people or show truth. Yeah, and then the United States, you don't want to come out and say 500 people have died, 3,000 people. That would turn. I mean, it's already only 25% of Americans support this. It's lower than any other conflict we've ever had. And to say that, I mean, there are going to be people who say it's not related to the Epstein files, but it's pretty clear as day to me that it is. When you have a president who fought for being a and Jack had 30 years of him on camera saying, and in writing, that everybody else is going to go to war with Iran. And then all of a sudden, It's not like they bombed us. It's not like anything happened. He was doing some terrible shit, and there's some video out there or something that they got that Mossad has on him or someone, and all of a sudden now, we we're invading or take we literally we've become bullies, and it's not in the United States too. We are not the force of the world. This war is on for a long period of time, and it will destroy all of Iran, and it'll be another thing perhaps 10 years, 20 years, and no real, be much more difficult than Iraq and much more difficult than Afghanistan. They have these drones now that are pretty cheap, like $30,000, and to take one down, it's $2 million. I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. But that's an interesting one. So you're talking about Netanyahu's son in 2020 spoke out about Les Wexner and said that he was running a child uh, blackmail ring and got sued over it. But, like, that doesn't, like, I for as much as people want to hate on Benjamin Netanyahu, which I understand, there's an argument to be made. He's been blackmailed in this, and so he's just doing what he has to do too. And basically, all these, it's a blackmail campaign. And I've heard this before, and I didn't really believe it. I do now, that it's one thing to assassinate someone, that really doesn't do as much for you. What is more important, I used to hear this thing, that I think about something like that, or hear that, but there used to be these for California politicians and just politicians in the United States in general, in like these areas of like Hollywood, and where it would be like he'd be like excited to go. They'd be like senators and um, Congress people, or people running for Congress, or the mayor or whatever, and it would start out as like sex party, and then all of a sudden they would bring in children and basically say to these people, if you want to be senator or whatever, and they would do it not knowing that they're on camera, and then they were bought and paid for the, and I can easily see how true. It is wild. No, I mean, I get it every single day. Blaming me, like I'm the one sending your kid there. I mean, for as long as you've known me, I advocate for world peace because I knew these kinds of things were coming down the pike. And for anyone who blames, for anyone who blames the people at the top, including the Rothschilds, including the Rockefellers and everybody else, both Jews and non-Jews. I have heard, and I don't know, even echelon is blackmailed. And the reason why, at least within Orthodoxy, is even if you're the top bank, you still need to be married under a chuppah in an Orthodox ceremony. You don't have control over that. There's no control. Like you can't. I mean, you could bribe people, sure, but basically, at the end of the day, you are vulnerable to religion. Perhaps this could be the work of. I have my my suspicions on who it could be. I think I know him, but basically, everybody is you blackmailed on something, one thing after another, and it gets that way within Orthodoxy. Like somebody will be like, "Oh, we saw that your son wasn't keeping kosher," or "We know that your daughter-in-law didn't have a kosher conversion." I mean, it can get very much like a gotcha game, and I think that very well could have happened, and I suspect it. I really do um, that there are nefarious forces within all people and all religions, and that there may be just one hidden person who has basically um, we blackmailed everybody else, and that works its way down. I mean, I've spoken to rabbinical colleagues about basically there's some evidence to this. That they, like everybody, it's like when you put a hand down and then another hand down and another hand down, another hand down, another hand, and everybody's got something on somebody. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But man, I'm gotta go to the bathroom. Absolutely excellent questions, and come back soon. One last thing I want to say. For as much as I do, I owe Yo-Yo a lot. I really do. I kind of think I don't know why he has been weird to me the last two. You know what I mean. Thank you. Take care, bye, man. Peace. You as well.
Went out to try and make friends with him. And he's like, I am your friend. And he put his hands on my shoulder. Wow! Definitely not getting pussy. The child tastes the pickles and pennies just roaring through your taste buds. And all of a sudden you realize this guy just talked. You have so much testosterone running through your veins, and what do you do now? I had a beer with a 16-year-old. A can? Yeah. Oh shit. You threw it at him. That's it? Oh. Wait a second. Are you sure? He had a scar. Okay. And then what? He discharged you? Out, but they wanted to put you in the Grand Slam. As the day needs to
all the time. And then they know the buddy didn't want to press charges. They called you throwing and came to your friends. Assaulted the weapon. They put in jail. It started in the junk tank bringing charges for this. And you're like, okay. And then what? Did you hire an attorney?
No, I made them immediately drop it down. They just don't have the contact. Because I had no record at the time.
But disorderly conduct is like a ticket.
Yeah.
So why did you go to prison for 2 years?
Oh, I got busted for drug and multiple times after that.
Okay. And you, while I know it started with marijuana, and you, I can tell just by your bone structure, you need crystal meth. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So Tarantino. Yeah, we did a Tarantino after all. Yeah. Yeah. He's full circle. Absolutely. This guy looks like he exclusively only rides 99 motorcycles. Now you have like a lot of. What's your story now? We always see with these people that used to live wild lives, something like you could possibly be a yoga instructor or something for all we know right now. So what have you done to like fill your life?
I've always been
What do you do?
I play guitar.
Really? Serious?
Yeah,
What did you play?
I played some blues.
Alright, E-Madness, remember. I love that. That's so cool, William. How about the music? Anything else crazy we should know about that?
My mother and when I was like,
Oh my god, really?
Well, she's here tonight.
Yeah, that's right. Your mother is Courtney Cox, everybody. Crazy. Wow, William, do you ever talk to Pastor William about that? Oh, yeah, after your birthday.
how could you abandon me? I went down the road of drugs and daddy.
William Ray, you're another one. You got the taste of the Hans. I feel like I could talk to you forever. You got such a cool energy. So present. I'm happy that you're alive and here and looking forward to every time on. Keep going. Have fun out there. Go to open mics. William. Catch them. He jumped up. Hell yeah. That's William. We're having fun tonight.
Theaters and shit now.
Yeah, doing it, working with Brendan. Your next comedian goes by the name of Sauce, everyone. Catch them. Tiny Jump Bug. Hell yeah. There goes William. We're having fun tonight. David Lucas is out of town. Yeah, he's doing it. We got him working with Shaw. How exciting is that? Your next comedian goes by the name of Jeremy Sock, everyone. Oh, I heard a little pop from the comedians there.
So, I have 3 dads. 3 dads, yes, 1, 2, 3. So some people may say that my mom is but that's not true. That's not true. She's the sweetest woman that I've ever met. She will give you the shirt off her back. Later on, you will be my dad. So, one of my dad is me. He gave me the sex talk, and my dad, he sat me down in front of some porno and said, "Figure it out." So for a long time, I thought I had a small penis, and that I couldn't catch for shit compared to these gorillas going for hours. And then I had sex with girls, and I confirmed I have a small penis. Thank you.
Yeah, this is it. Our first time having Jeremy Zah on this show, right?
So what the fuck you were the last one that got no nerves? I should read that.
Yeah, I see that, right? Yeah, you look like you have vitamins in your head, the fucking the opposite of the last guy. You seem like you could be the last guy's grandson. How's it going? How are you? How are you, Jeremy? What's going on? What's the stand up?
This is my first time ever.
Wow, the sheep of the first time. What made you decide now? How old are you? 31? 32.
I'm from St. Louis, in a basement of a mall while I was
Basement of a mall. Okay. This is always so interesting. People get men instead of a mall. What was going on? Is it a comedy club? Okay. Yeah. Basement of a mall. Yeah. Helium's a very famous comedy club. I would start with that next time. It's like I saw you in a giant barn in New York. It was Madison Square Garden. What's the creep you are? That's how you labeled it in your head, famous. That's the best comedy club in St. Louis. And geez, when was that?
pre-COVID.
Okay, not that long ago. Did you get done St. Louis Daily? Was that ring a bell? That's right. IslandicComedy.com. Where's we got? Are you guys going together on some of those? No, we are. Awesome. I love it.
I want to understand each time when I'm getting you back, you got all the cash. So, when you just like, I'm not really the best.
Yeah, it also sounded like a made-up joke to me. What was the actual situation?
So, actual situation, had a dad, rolled out his young, very young age, adopts on a relative, not so not my biological father.
And I went to my second. I tell you what.
First day, let me tell you another. Second day,
Shut the
they're 18 years old. Hey, I'm back.
I'm back. It's me, Zarrella. Yay! What the fuck?
It's not running with the
Oh,
This guy comes I got a real nice car. Like, yeah.
whoa, stepdad's ballin'. Yeah, I've noticed the people with the least amount of fathers tend to be the funniest in comedy. Like, proves that you being here tonight with 3 dads. It's the first time you're the ones that made it weird for groaning in that, by the way. It's not just saying it. You make it real when you go, aww. Fucking pussies. He's having fun. You're looking at this fucking faggot. He's having a blast. There you go. Who's sending you the what fucking Wi-Fi cable company do you work for?
Even more exciting, I'm a safety guy.
What kind of guy?
I keep engineers safe.
What are you talking about?
basically I give people heart
that job. One of your dads hooked it up.
surprising.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I already know the answer. This is a big show. This is like a complete dog. Jeremy, what's your love life like right now?
I'm married, and I actually am gonna have my first date in January.
And wearing his hard hat. I love it. It's a boy or a girl? Okay. Maybe it's a funny just got your dick. They can't see it yet.
Are you his only dad?
As far as I know,
What is your wife do?
he is a manager for the health and workforce.
So she's putting special people to work. I bet for some reason you get them hard hats too. Sometimes it's too easy. I mean, it's just right there. I give people hard hats, and my girlfriend works with me. That's another beat. You guys get to see it live over the internet. It's just beat. I love it. Have you ever meet these people? Did you ever bring any of our people home for dinner or anything
It's
like
all
that?
hush hush. It's all hush hush. I don't even know what I asked her.
What does that mean?
I asked her, I'm like,
How was work
what kind of
today?
situation did you go on? Like a cards or anything?
Take it. It's good, man. It's worth fucking love it. Alright. Sharon, what made you want to do this now? You have a bun in the oven. What made
My buddies is like super fan of the show, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna come out here.
What made you come out?
Safety convention.
Wow.
There's nobody in the convention here that knows my bones.
Well, there's a few people from your wife's work here tonight. All right, Granddad. I'm too excited over there. That's deal. So much fun, Jeremy. Congratulations. There it is. Jeremy's on, everybody. Social media. This guy's keeping a low profile. He doesn't want his daughter to find this.
I'll show her what she's able to.
All right, there he goes. Jeremy Sotarelli, everybody. Rodriguez, everyone. Kevin Rodriguez is next on Sony. You guys have fun out there? Okay, good. All right. One more time for Kevin Rodriguez, everybody. Come on.
Hey. From here, from Puerto Rico. And I've been learning a lot since I moved here. Things that I learned when I moved here was Americans are malaria, not coronavirus. And I was thinking I was like, you know what, man, that's not true. That's not only here. Like, everyone when I moved here, they went back because they thought I was bringing diabetes and depression. I recently came out to my Puerto Rican parents. That's exactly how they reacted. They were not happy when I yeah, another parade. All right, that's it.
Fuck yeah, Kevin Rodriguez. jokes I've heard in a very long time. I must say, very, very painful. I feel like everybody's playing the immigrant card nowadays. I do it from Ohio. Here in Texas, you should hear what they say about ULA people. They turn around and go, I'm telling you, that's why I joined this team. I'm like, I am not. Sometimes you hear, Kevin, before we go, so what do? You go back and forth sometimes? No. Oh. Okay. Hell yeah. Please. Puerto Rico.
My dad, he was there. I was like,
no opportunities in Portugal. Let's go to the great, powerful country of the United America, and where better to go? We're going to quick and literally the saddest story in American history. The city of Detroit. That is unbelievable. What year did your father move here? Please tell me it was the 80s or 90s. At least then we could rationalize it a little bit. Wow.
it was like a year from Detroit. They were on the.
Did you what?
They were on the Tigers.
Oh, no, serious.
We had that.
So you say world like Bill Puerto Rican, you know that? Some people have trouble with that word. It's a from the Railroad Famous Comedy Store. You would go back first 250 episodes. Yeah, that's Ohio. That's like not my part of Ohio. I'm more southern. So, Kevin, you said you came with your parents and the big choice. What do you do by yourself? What kind of music are you listening to?
A lot of weird shit, like Afrobeat.
What else?
Just these regulars, like a lot of funky music, like Middle
Any
East.
Canadian music or anything
No,
else?
I don't. That would.
What else about your life? Anything else? Like fun facts about Kevin Rodriguez that we should know about?
Yo, dog. And I don't want to teach you that. I do. I don't want to go through all the same shit. I'm just sick of it. I'm reading myself shit. I think there's other ladies like skipping my strength. Let's see if we can get the thing down. Okay. Nobody. Nobody really knows. Everybody, hello. Israel Elohim. So we're gonna watch a documentary of Kabbalah. So feel free to enjoy it.
Rabbi, I like you. You're my favorite thing to watch.
Oh well, thank you. I appreciate that, my friend.
I used to watch you on the Jewish.
Oh, tight. JT. That's okay. Watch me in the Jewish Guild, and then when you come, how's that sound?
For 4 years.
Okay. Well, just watch me in the Jewish Guild. Kind words. So you're not going to read the thing today? No. Why? Because I'm fucking tired, man. And we should watch one of these. Dude, you watched this one like 1,000 times. So you can see, can you see this shit? What day is it? 74th. That's that fucking fire. What are you doing? Oh, this ain't even choice. Come out of this. Oh, fuck. Oh. Did your fucking asshole even have a freedom? Fuck you if it doesn't. Fuck you. Not even a Jew if you don't. You're fucking us, right? Really? Peter? Follow this bitch too. Right. Fuck. Fuck. Man.
come from the same place.
Not really. Your mother's just from fourth generation. She's basically a fucking none of this.
At the same time, I sit down just two guys talking about it.
Get some criticism, though. About this dick, bitch. We study this all the time. No, I call that shit side, baby. Why? Turf management, bitch. Where's my background? Nobody knows for sure. I don't give me healthy. But this is all we follow, bitch. Just saying. Garbage. That's not Judaism. That shit sucks and is. They're in a fucking movie at this point. Really? All those married. His parents, grandparents made it closer to a monastery than it is a shul, bitch. Yeah, it just sucks. Did he teach it on YouTube with no one watching? Yeah, like Jerry Rice. Come on, you're not gonna learn this anywhere else, kid. We call them wideouts. Really? You call them flex? Really? Fuck yeah, you call them for. Give them all exercise. Do you ever see my YouTube videos? I have you, son. Kabbalah this shit, bitch. Third time is a charm. Push, perhaps. Yeah, but is it archived? Well, Rena, you can get it. Really? Yeah, I'm going to stick my.
Exploring with these rocks, just like
I got a singing dick like a pimp.
Makes me nervous. We got married at the same.
I'm done with it. The fuck is this?
especially when I heard it was happening.
You fucking done? So, yeah, maybe we can figure it out.
It really makes me think about
So far, servant defines spirituality. I don't want to drive peace as a spiritual path and not be a religious person. I just want to like find my own path in my life and
Yeah, you understand?
to me those are philosophies.
Yeah. Well, you should know everything. You don't know that. That's everybody knows that. Everything's like. How about that? How about all that, bitch?
75 years.
Ray, hello. Hello, Ray, hello. Give Ray, hello, King. That's what they should be saying, motherfucker. I hear about these chicks and their eggs sitting in it. Never mind. Shit. News. It's just kvetching. It's kvetching. Just shit straight. What the fuck are you New York is doing? Really? Yeah, I'll say it anyway I want to fucking say it. That's like it's going out of style, baby. God, I should have just fucking sitting. I'm tired. We should watch that second half tomorrow, maybe.
Basically, anything say best possible I begin to see life as being something that is God said, something that comes up. In order to climb the height. Just like practice. These two sides, sacrifice and the payoff. Sacrifice, restraint. I understood universal oneness. What
every day. Oh, everything. Some people have more flow. Rabbi had decided to support Rabbi.
Oh, it's just a-
This 800-year-old Bigfoot has no heater, no filter, no pipes. Pure water to God. This